masterpiece-style Transformers all those years ago. I should have kept my mouth shut. Even this unsightly fin kibble is show accurate, and the G1-style Decepticon logo is not included, of course. Thanks again, Toy Hacks. And while we're at the chest, the use of clear parts is quite lovely. A bit of artistic license on Fans Toys' part. That ancient animation model never looked this varied and shiny. I just hope this beautiful metallic paint job doesn't chip. As for the proportions, way better than the first version they were gonna release. But a decade for this redesign? Oh boy! Sounds like a certain toy review coming out in 2050. Anyway, I just gotta glaze his feet, obviously. This satisfying shape with gorgeous etching is made out of die-cast metal, which does a great job at keeping him standing up. There's more die-cast metal throughout the figure, which gives this guy a nice heft. And these feet fins are okay. I just wish they plugged in somehow. I could say the same thing about his alternate faces. But before we switch it up, this head sculpt is awesome. It would be more awesome if his alternate faces could actually fit. I suggest shaving these tiny tabs down to size. Don't breathe this. You also get a set of alternate visor parts, but they all fit the same on his neutral face, angry face, yelling face, and a wicked grin. That's the face of someone who tells you to jump off a bridge. And you get a turret head accessory to make him even more cartoon accurate, but the cartoon was wrong for that one. It's dumb. Unlike his gun, which is nice and blocky and plugs right into his What is with these tabbing problems? Don't breathe this. I don't mind a little DIY, but at this price, you'd think you wouldn't have to. Not that I paid for it anyway. Thanks for using code JOBBY at the Show Z store. Appreciate the store credit. At least this epic sword has no such problems. Much too big to be called a sword. It's more like a heap of raw plastic. If anyone says Berserk review, when I will. Unfortunately, the accessories aren't the only thing with tabbing issues. The backpack technically has tight connections, but a basic amount of handling will undo it. At least it looks clean enough, and the majority of the figure is actually pretty solid. And so is the posability. Swivel at the head. The tank turret kind of gets in the way, but just use a little force to get him to turn his head even more. He can look up that far and down that far. Rotation at the shoulder, which could be a lot tighter, and it can move back not at all. Bicep swivel, bend at the elbow, ball joint at the wrist, every ball joint can be a swivel, funny gay, ball joint and hinge joint at the thumb, hinge joint at the index finger, and a hinge joint at the rest of his fingers, individually articulated. Have a bit of a waist swivel scare, but if you just crunch his abs, you get a ratcheted waist swivel. Front skirts and side skirts move up, allowing for a rotation at the hips, and it can move back that far. He's got a beautiful spread. Thigh swivel, bend at the knee, but if you untab this panel and fold it in, you get a double bend. But make sure to tighten this screw first. These fins can kind of fuck off. Hinge joint at the foot, bit of a toe bend, and a beautiful ankle pivot. Posability's pretty great. While the shoulder articulation is limited, it doesn't bother me that much. There are other things to be bothered by. But before we get into that, size comparison time. Here's Figma Motic Academy, Hiya Toys Godzilla, the Magic Square Light of Peace, not Optimus Prime. My previous review, the Fantastic Model totally not Ultra Magnus, and totally not from the same company. And the Deformation Space Crimson Wings. I don't have any of my previous Blitzwing figures anymore because I sold them all. Although I do regret the missed opportunity for a triple comparison, but at least we have a triple transformation. Let's bring out this surprisingly thin booklet and follow along with these clearly portrayed steps, which will guide us directly into the center of hell. With all those tabs and panels and struts, this whole process almost made me go berserk. My fingers hurt. There's a reason why my Just Playing stream, subscribe to Jobby 2, went off the frickin' rails. It was that and me talking to the voices in my head. Anyway, the jet mode is a little goofy. Big body, tiny head, opening cockpit by the way, but it's completely animation accurate, shockingly enough. It's also solid enough, but not as much as I'd like. Due to the finicky transformation, everything is a bit hard to close up. Some of these panels need a lot of pressure to snap into place, but too much pressure risks chipping the paint, and what are we even doing here? Fans Toys, do you want us to play with this thing or not? Size comparison time. Here's Aeronautica, Godzilla, Prime, and Crimson Wings. You don't need me to transform this, shut up. And you don't need to transform this back into robot mode to get him into tank mode, even if that's what the instructions tell you. Are you out of your slagging mind? Tank time. Are these springs really just here for aesthetics? Or is there a spring-loaded feature I'm not aware of? That's gonna keep me up at night. After a satisfying process that's not as finicky as the previous transformation, the tank mode is great. I much prefer this over the jet mode. It just looks more complete and convincing. And again, it's completely animation accurate. It's so dedicated to accuracy that it even includes this iconic fuck up. The jet cockpit showing its cute little chode. But unlike some other Blitzwing figures, you don't get the option to hide it, which might bother some people, but go build a bridge. You know, the more I play with this figure, the more I'm coming to enjoy myself. Partly because this mode has some posability. Swivel here, hinge joint extension, but the treads don't actually work. Doesn't even have plastic wheels to compensate. 0 out of 10 size comparison time. Here's Aeronautica, Godzilla Prime, and Wings. Even though Baby hurt his fingies, this figure is pretty dang good. Each mode by itself is great, but switching between them, you either have to be severely masochistic or severely... What a year it has been, what a common mood I'm in, why it's almost like being
How long is the longest thing that you have ever seen? I mean, I'm guessing you've seen a lot of long things, that's fair, but in terms of video games, have you ever seen a Trackmania map that is so long, it leaves the planet? I asked my Twitch viewers to create their own little parts for a straight line map. The way it works is I gave them a template, told them build whatever you want, and at the end of the day I had 60 submissions just waiting to be combined into one single map. What I didn't know at the time was that we were about to make the longest straight line map in Trackmania. And by nature of how the map was made, nobody knew the fastest path, leading to tons of skips and tricks that nobody could have seen coming. Welcome to the first edition of Straight. This is the first time we're going to be looking at your guys' submissions. Oh my god, look at this! From Even Olive, look at that! Oh my god. Oh, Dexy! There's so much going on there. What is this? The cat be straight cooking! Or something like that. I don't know, I'm 26 years old. What are these thumbnails you guys made? There's so much to go through. Okay, let's just get started. Only red boosters. Yes! I mean, whoever's part comes after this one, I am so sorry. Nobody is going to drive it. Like, they're just going to be over... Because of these ramps here, right? They're going to go all the way to the right, and they're going to just... That's really cool. I like this. Good stuff. Really good stuff. Who made this? Jostaban. Good stuff. Alright, so that was red line boosters, and now we come to Laura Important. Let's see how important this is. How important can it be? It can't be more important than that red line. It's important. Control A, save that shit right now. It has ducks. Guys, it has ducks. It's important. It's super important. In fact, I'm gonna do this. Guys, it has ducks. Yes, man. Absolutely just yes. The quack track continues. Next up is Colty. Oh my god. Where do you go? Oh my. You even placed ramps. So the part that after this is gonna get absolutely shafted. Alright, who made this? Colty, you absolute genius. The next one is Even Olive, number 3. I see fun. Oh yeah. People are gonna just try and overjump as much as possible. Nobody wants to be like pinballed around this for 15 minutes. So we're gonna just overjump that. Oh! Look at this, man. We're going into the worm. Can you skip this with the ramps? Probably not. Over here, however, this might have been a mistake, Ramco. Like, people will yoink this. Like, they will all... Like, if they want to be fast, everybody will go here. This one, I think this is one of my favorite ones so far. Yes, sir? Changing the screens. Honestly, I should have told people that they can change it to whatever they want. That's such a cool idea. This part is awesome, by the way. But they're all anti-boosters. Wait, no, some of them aren't. This is sick. If you jump too high, you get rally car, by the way. That's so cool. Dude, we got some really creative mappers out here. Like, this is sick. Like, honestly, like, this is just plus plus. Again, we have paths for the higher elevations here. If there's a ramp in the path beforehand. Love it. Dude, you guys are actually... This is going to be an amazing map, I think. This is going to be really fun to drive. Saya Simple by Saya. All right, what could Saya have cooked for us this time? Yo, this is sick. This is actually sick. Dude, we're putting the full-on red booster part right before this one. This is so much better than I thought this was going to turn out. Like, you are all cooking so hard. Oh, I'm excited for this one. Like, Avarios is one of the best mappers this game has. What has Avarios cooked here? Which should just be a shitpost. If it's a shitpost, I love it. Yes! It's literally like one of his under 10-second maps. So cool. I love the little balloons, man. Plus, 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 plus. Like, just drive over, don't touch any of the water. You know, like, it's just so simple. Oh! We got Moo Moo Meadows. Moo Moo Meadows showcase. No! No! Yes, please? This is just such a fun concept. Like, the fact that you guys can make stuff like this, and I can just see, like, it be so fun gameplay-wise. This is amazing. I can't wait to see people bouncing around all of this place and seeing how they can drive over it. Next up, Betojo. I see a wall. I have a theory on the wall. It's basically to say, f you to anybody that builds a fast ramp before the part. Oh yeah? You want to skip my part? No. But they did put holes in the wall, so it's not impossible. Oh, This is Finken's one. Like with an image like this, I'm kind of just like, this is gonna be cinema, no? Oh! I told you it's gonna be cinema! Wait. That better not be on purpose. I have my eyes on you, man. I got my eyes on you. Nothing suspicious going on here. This is amazing. This part, look at this. Just imagine like sending it into this with a lot of speed. Take the wood and do whatever you want with it, you know? It's so good. What a cool part. Like, this one's sick. This is one of my favorites, I think. Beautiful, man. Thank you, Finken. God damn! Okay, I need to make sure that this is possible. Because like my brain can't even like imagine what the car is supposed to do here. I want to see this. Someone give this person an award. Like, come on, Yar. That is so good. Absolute. That is one of my favorite submissions. Like, for sure. What a cool landing spot. This is what I saw in the Discord. Look at this. It's so good. Ah, you cooked. You cooked, Laura. You cooked, Laura. And making sure you can't do that. Perfect. Absolutely perfect. So simple. So clean. It's just good. It's just good. It's just good. Next up. Bitch. Oh, God. It's my favorite one, just because of this. Yes. And the ducks. What a good part. This one's sick, man. I kind of wish you guys would have included your names in your parts. Next time we do this, include your names. So that when people drive runs, everybody knows whose part is. Twos? Let's build the map. This is where things get exciting. Straight ahead, number one. This is an empty 1,500 block long Trackmania map. And our goal today is to fill this up with all of the submissions that you have submitted. These are all of your submissions here, by the way. Look at you guys. 5 pages of submissions, guys. Have a look at the line so far. Oh! We're out of the bubble now. Safe. Holy man. It's so long. Suck. Yes. What a finish. This concludes the mapping phase of this. I've been recording for 9 hours. We spent 12 hours yesterday on stream making the longest map in Trackmania, and it consists of 45 different mapper segments. It's just viewers, right? Anybody that was watching has contributed to this. So I think it is time to start this competition. In 1 week from now, we're going to be ending this competition. Whoever is in the top 5 in the leaderboard, they get a 3-month club access code. This map is so long, as you can see, that at some point we escape the skybox bubble. We're just out of the bubble and now we're in a black void. And it goes all the way to there. Yeah, look at this. Look at everybody lining up, ready to give this map a try. Are you guys ready? 3, 2, 1, go! My game's frozen. Why is my game frozen? No! We ruined it. Yeah, there you go. It's working. It's working. You guys can drive. Send it! Who's going to be the first to finish the map? Oh my god, look at you guys go. It's a very long map, guys. Now, question is, should I just follow players around a bit or play myself? All right, we do 1 minute of spectating and then I'll play it. There's a quadruple slow-mo in here from that Yamayaka took, but there's also a different strategy on this part where you can drive around this wood and then jump up like Sitaka is trying, or you can just take the easy safe path on the penalty snow, the really slow path, and then you can jump over this stuff. It's super interesting, super fun. Nice, Mini, good job. The halfway point of the map, by the way, is the floating balloons here. The Avarios map. It seems that right now, with this pace, Colty seems to be the player that is going to finish first. So we can keep following Colty while all of the others slowly catch up. Let's see, how is Colty going to tackle this part? This is one of the hardest sections, by the way. To somehow not turtle on this section is super difficult. But the exit speed matters a lot here. If you have a lot of speed, you can go below or above. If you go above, you can do one big jump. Below, I think you can speed slide. So I don't know actually which one is faster. Laura is catching up, by the way, Colty. You might want to start worrying a little bit. Oh! 50 million boosters. Wait, what? Wait. I think this is where I can't spectate players anymore. The spectating players breaks exactly at this part. We're too far out. This is where we cannot spectate players anymore. I think on Colty's and Laura's screen, they're still driving the map. But as you can see, when you're too far away from the origin point of the map, the game cannot spectate the player anymore, and it loops around, and it just keeps you stuck. This is so sick! Look at this! So, sadly, the spectating journey ends right here. One of the first few players is Colty, Laura, we have Minnie, Mistro, Jesse, the first few players to reach this point. Sadly, now, I can't really spectate you guys anymore, I think. What happens if I go into Spectator? I spectate Colty? Yeah, I cannot spectate you guys anymore. You can see the movement, but you can't see where they go. This is the same concept that the... This is the same concept that the Kaki map 404 used. The positional number of distance becomes so big that the game starts like just looping it back to 0 or something. It's some weird stuff like that. But yeah, I'm gonna try and drive a little like discovery run here, and I will try and name all the mappers' names that I remember. So this is Johnny's part, a beautifully mapped part. Like, I love getting stuck in this pool for 20 seconds. It is great. And then here we have a fast strategy where you can slide right onto the plastic and then get a nose down like that. And if you did it right, it can even be fast enough to one-shot this wood part all the way up here. There you go. You can see the players all the way in the front there. Right now, I'm last because I started my run the latest. But I want to just get a discovery time here. I want to get a... First of all, I want to beat the AT. And I think a sub 13-minute time would be a cool goal for today. Oh. Yeah. Okay, I'm gonna take the water. All right, I'm gonna try and remember everybody's names. And I might be wrong. But I think Gravelin built this part, which is... You can see, because on Gravelin's parts, he used these face cam screens. And upcoming here, do I remember who made this part? Yeah, one of my Twitch mods, Left is Faster, made this part, I think. I remember this. Lots of different paths you can take. I wonder which one is the fastest. Because landing down here in this ramp, kind of not sexy, as you can see. I'm also trying something on this path, I think. I'm gonna just jump over all of the bumps. Land up here and then jump down here again. Over the bridge, please? Please? No. Okay. We have to find a pretty fast path through this somehow. The problem with this path is that there's these holes that are just going to yeet you all over the place. So maybe taking it kind of slow would be smart. This is a good path. You can go down here and speed slide. But then hitting this ramp is not it. This is a really cool part. I think Yar 2000 made this, correct? Pretty sure Yar 2000 made this. I do not remember who made this goated part, but look at this, guys. This is where all the ghosts are flying around because we're reaching the distance limits of spectating. We have 50 million red boosters here. The wet wheels make this horrible. There you go. I'm gonna take the snow car path here. Hop back over. Whose part is this? Who made this? We're upside down on dirt, and in Trackmania there's a cool trick where you can do sideways dirt riding. You somehow glue yourself to the wall if you stay on the dirt right enough. This is Laura's part. Iconic. Absolutely iconic part. Lots of ducks to try and avoid. Just a straight path. That's it. That was Laura's part. All right, next one. Oh yeah, this is Tenjiku. I think Tenjiku made this part. We're driving on a pixel art of a fish, which is really cool. We haven't even reached the halfway point yet. I want to make that clear. In this map, currently, we haven't even reached the halfway point yet. And we're 25 checkpoints in. Goated end to a part, I'll be honest. I think here I want to take the red booster. Jump here. Get a bunch of icy wheels. And then jump down here again. Oh, this is one of my favorite things here. If you do this right, you can land on the red booster up here. Then overjump this part. And then land here. I did it wrong. If you can somehow smoothly land here, you can jump down into this dirt patch, which is so fast. There you go, that's sick. You can do that. And then here is the halfway point. This part was made by one of the best mappers in the game, Evarius. Really clean mapping, just super simple. Bunch of penalty grass. Bunch of wet wheels. And this is a really fun part here that I use. Massive ice looping. That you somehow are gonna have to find a way to traverse quickly. I don't know how we're gonna do that yet. This part is pretty wild too. Kinda sick though, in my opinion. Once you know how to drive it, I think it's kinda sick. I'm gonna take the higher path. I feel like I like it a lot. Let me know if the map becomes impossible, by the way. If you're ever in an alt car and the map afterwards becomes impossible, let me know. We might do updates to the map. There's a stadium gate right there, I guess. Ooh. Jump here. One thing I want to point out is while I'm driving this and discovering this, right? None of us really know how this is going to get driven in the end. But every part that I reach, I want the viewers to imagine the world record strategies that people are going to come up with. I'm giving them an entire week to hunt this. An entire week. I'm so curious what they're gonna like find. This is a really cool part by Laura here, by the way. Really like it. I don't know who made this one. I'm gonna just continue. And I think here the smartest thing you can do is use one of these ramps to jump over by one. I think that's the fastest path here. And then that makes you like basically land into this AO8 section, this staircase. You can get double boosters like this here, for example, and then just jump up straight, and you're gonna hit plastic up here. Which then, yeah, I don't know what that does to your car, but it does something, I guess. I don't know where I am. What is the world record gonna do for all of these sections is what I'm the most curious about. But every time I've reached this point, I have to always drive like this. And then hit this plastic here. Let's get some speed. It does to your car, but it does something, I guess. I don't know where I am. What is the world record gonna do for all of these sections is what I'm the most curious about. But every time I've reached this point, I have to always drive like this. And then hit this plastic here. Let's get some speed. Jump through the gap here so I don't have to drive the looping. And then here I have a theory that going all the way on the outside, or you could theoretically drive on top of that plastic. Could maybe be a good strategy. Oh god, oh no. What is the world record gonna do here, I wonder? This is a really cool part that I really like. Look at this. Oh, we have the first people finishing. Look at that. Look at the left side. Mistro with 19 minutes. Sick with 22 minutes. Good times. Nobody has beaten the AT yet. But yeah, big GGs to the people finished. I hope you're enjoying it, because I'm having fun driving this finally. It took so much work putting all of this together, and I hope it comes across. I guess we want to avoid the slow-mos somehow, if we can. Only drive over 1 instead of 2. I mean, I'm just max slow-mo no matter what. Oh god. Take this red booster here, maybe? Stadium? Oh my god, I'm so fast. This is just insane. This is just insane. This is a backslide angle, I think. And then you spin ice 360. Like doing this first try is gonna matter a lot for time attack, I think. There you go. That's the intended path. Let's try driving this. Damn, Satel, what a sick part. Because a bunch of these are turned around and are reverse boosters. That seems to be a pretty good path through this. This is the last part, by the way, of the map. There you go. If you know how to drive every single section at some point, like you for sure can get AT. I want to get through this entire straight line all the way to the end without resetting once. That could be really fun. We haven't even begun looking for strategies. We haven't even really begun. Oh, that is a massive time save. If that works, like this is the part that has the rally car and ice weird shenanigans. But if we ramp cut out of this, like Yar is showing, you can land up here. After landing up here, grab speed, and I'm willing right now to say that that's slower. But you can probably ramp cut all the way to the checkpoint, which I would not be surprised about. All right, back on the server we go. I want to play more. I want to try and get a really good time here. I'll play this for the entire day. Like this block here is ruining a lot of runs, sadly. No, come on. Go. Sure, I'll take it. Nah. That is crazy. That's criminal. I think this is gonna be so insane. I'm gonna go to the high ramp on the right side maybe because I'm slower. Yeah, that's enough. Can I just PF? With more speed, you can probably drive through this entire thing. And then you can also skip the driving up anything. Yeah, look at this. This is better. How far am I behind? I'm 17 seconds behind world record. Pretty fine, I think. Lots of things we can skip and do. But I haven't seen the second half of the map much, so that's probably where Quinn will shoot ahead a lot. Look at all of these ghosts just stuck in the air here. It's so funny how that happens. That's not faster. I don't think that's faster. Having a hard time believing that's faster. So now I've got to weave through all of these ducks too. We do have a lot of exit speed here. That's okay. Over this with low airtime. Aim for the triangle. Over the woods and then just PF. That's good. We're learning these parts though. Like we're slowly but surely every single part getting better and better. Here we know that we need to like slow down here a bit. Yeah, look at that. Oh my god. That is so good. Do I try the worm? Yeah. Jump the buff. Aim for this part there. No. Just fly over everything, please. Oh, I didn't turtle. Let's go. That's good. Really, really good. That's not that fast, but I'll take it. Take as many red boosters as possible, maybe. All bang. So I'm 14 seconds behind. 19 seconds behind. You only gain 4 seconds. But yeah, 4 seconds is a lot. If you do that on every part. Jump in the gap. Ooh, not like that though. Keep the speed going. I'm 27 seconds behind now because of the respawn. Go over the corner here. Spin into this. Get stadium. Hope the thing doesn't hit you. And aim left. Now, what do we do here? Last time, I think I still went too high. I'm gonna try going a little bit lower this time. See what happens. Let's see. Oh my god. Oh my god, guys. Oh my god, that is so the strategy. If that isn't the strat, then I don't know what is. That was so good. I am 10 seconds ahead now. Holy. Alright, focus. I don't really know the strategies of the other parts from here on out, so I just have to pray it kind of works out. Insta air brake, I think, so that if you land somewhere, you do a flip. Oh, that's good. Now, what is the fastest strategy for this? I do not know, but I think I'm gonna try this one again. Skip all of this. Land in his dirt, quarter pipe. No, yes, that's good. Still 10 seconds ahead. Let's see what happens. And then stay center. Go for the ramp. That's second left. And then jump back into the center, I think. No. Nah. That's not real. Stop. I'm behind Quinn now by 1 second. We're basically tied with Quinn. Okay, what comes after this? I know how to do the red one fast, so let's do that. Please. Alright, good enough. Sorry for that hole. Yeah, you better be sorry. How dare you do that to me? Oh no, I'm hitting the duck. No, I'm not. Okay, here left is better, but I'm already right, so I'm gonna keep going right. To here, to here, to here. Oh, this is gonna be a close one. This is gonna be a really close one. Am I gonna get world record here or not? Let's see. By 1 second. Absolutely yoinked, Quinn, man. Alright, new PB. PB by exactly 1 minute. No no respawn timer, 10:34. Damn. New PB, but it's bad. What a run, though. What a run, huh? That could have been so much better. That could have been at the first sub 10. And after 1 week of hunting, we have Quinn with the world record. The sub 10-minute time did not happen. I can't believe it. But both me and Lars have been thrown out by Gaming Fizzle, Tobias, 2G, TK, Laura, and Quinn. That is impressive. All 5 of those players that I just listed are going to get a 3-month club access code. And I think we're gonna go watch this and see what these players were up to. This is Quinn's world record. And I think Quinn drove this like 2 days ago, if I'm correct in that assumption. But you can already see that Quinn has a different start from Laura, going over here. So now we're all of a sudden, we're driving a completely different line. And the goal here is to skip Johnny's part. Because Johnny's part is so slow. So everyone just tries to somehow like skip it and yeet themselves into this checkpoint here. So they can just like not drive Johnny's part. So as you can see, this is where we enter a new player's part. And you have to forgive me, I will not remember everybody's parts. But I think this is Finken's part. Super cool part, super nice to drive. And then we have this plastic bounce here that ruins everything. Not from Finken, this is another player's part. This is Robin's part, I think, from what I remember. Getting a clean jump through here is important. And I think this is where things get interesting. Yes. So they ramp flip out of this to just skip all of the noodle paths and everything. And you can see that I have the fastest start out of anyone in my PP from day 1. That's crazy. Look at us skipping everything here, man. But I'm mainly curious if people have found different strategies here. Here, for example, we're jumping out to the border of this part. I think this is Gravelin's part. To just skip the entire part and we just drive rally car on the outside border. It's faster, so we have to do that. This part was made by Left is Faster, one of my Twitch mods. And they put this effort into making all of these different parts, but the middle one was the fastest, so there was never any reason to use the other paths. Kind of sad. This is a really cool part. I like this one a lot. It's just take the boosters, do some plastic speed sliding, Jump as far as you can here to skip the entire thing and not land in any of the ramps down there, which makes sense. This is one of my favorite parts, right here. Like, the trick itself is so cool. You use the woods with the massive grip to turn yourself around, and then land backwards in the ice, spin around again, and that's that part. It's just so cool. I love it, man. Yeah, why did he not make left the fastest? 50,000 red boosters into the Mines of Moria here with all these pillars. So yeah, this is pretty standard. We discovered this on the day one. Now, there were some theorized cuts in this part. Let's see, does Queen do them? No. I think others were flipping down before, like, this entire section. They were flipping downwards onto these red boosters somehow. Here's the quack track from Laura. People are skipping most of it by just going left side. Makes sense. Fair. Here we're driving on a giant pixel art of a fish, which is really cool. Super cool part. I think the strategy here was to get a water bounce. Or like a non-water bounce, yeah, by getting your nose down. I heard that ruined a lot of runs. Because you can land in that water pool and it would bounce your car out and you would lose all your speed. And that's like really slow. Here it seems that this still is the fastest strategy, really. Did nobody ever try something else? This was like my first idea, this path right here on the woods. When we discovered this map originally. You can see my personal best, which is funny. Like, I'm here with the world record, but my time is way worse. Here we have a really cool part from Roxoy. I'm sad that nobody went into the worm. And it was just obvious that this was the fastest one. I even placed the slow-mo up here afterwards to make it like maybe a bit slower, but no. Really too cool combination of two parts. Having this grassy meadows part right after that worm with the high jump. Perfect combination. Allowed for so many cool different lines to be driven. Super happy with that, honestly. Myro went into the worm out of respect. Oh yeah, I saw this. True. Quinn just fully sends it into this wall instead of trying to like slow down. This is a very interesting part coming up here where you can choose your car. Some people chose Snow Car here. I think, was it Mini? I think Mini chooses to drive this entire thing in Snow Car just because of the increased sensitivity of the Snow Car, where you can like do these tiny turns faster. And then here probably comes the dankest shortcut in this entire map. Skipping this entire part by landing on the side here and buck sliding into the next checkpoint. One of the hardest things to do. And even the world record holder failed it 3 times. 2 times. Because this one gets it, yeah. So you get a little buck slide there. That's what brings you over into this checkpoint. And here we skip the slow-mo gate there, land on a penalty sand. Why do we do that? Well, my PB and TK are already giving it away. We're just using this massive ramp to basically skip 2 entire parts. So there's just 2 people that put so much effort into their parts. We're just skipping all of them by a massive jump, which is insane. But to be fair, one of those 2 mappers did deserve it. They did put reactors on their parts, although the rules clearly stated no reactors. Now we are in the void. You can see that the skybox has changed, and we're just driving just in space. It looks like we're driving in space, which looks really cool. It's like such a cool little like RPG map to discover. It's fun. And on a penalty sand. Why do we do that? Well, my PB and TK are already giving it away. We're just using this massive ramp to basically skip 2 entire parts. So there's just 2 people that put so much effort into their parts. We're just skipping all of them by a massive jump, which is insane. But to be fair, one of those 2 mappers did deserve it. They did put reactors on their parts, although the rules clearly stated no reactors. Now we are in the void. You can see that the skybox has changed, and we're just driving just in space. It looks like we're driving in space, which looks really cool. It's like such a cool little like RPG map to discover. It's fun. I guess this would be considered RPG. Is it RPG? I don't know. I don't even know anymore. Everyone says something else at this point. I'm just like, it's its own thing, guys. It's a straight line map. Nah, guys, this is trial. This is trial. Massive skip here, by the way. Using the red boosters and that quarter pipe to basically skip that entire part and then halfway into the next person's part. Landing on the red boosters for speed. Because we need that speed in the next section to skip this looping by just diagonally jumping through it. Really cool strategy. And that is awesome. We have a massive part here that is just lots of moving blocks and everything. But sadly, the mapper did an oversight where you can just kind of drive in a straight line here and you're never going to be forced to interact with any of the moving blocks. Happens. Mapper has to do better next time. That strategy was found from or by Laura, I think. Interesting strat on the grass here. I still can't believe that this is fastest. It's a massive slowdown here. As I said, like, world record could be improved by so much. I genuinely believe world record could be a 7-minute time. Like, a pass time could probably be a 7-minute time here. There's so many undiscovered, like, lines, I think. This one's interesting. Look at all of these effect blocks. Oh my god. The goal on this massive field of effect blocks was to just hit as many reset blocks as possible. So you can't avoid the slow-mo blocks. Misaiming there a bit. Jumping over the sign to skip this entire part. I remember we were struggling so much to land here with the desert car, but Quinn says no. I'm gonna go grab so much speed that I don't have to deal with the desert car or choosing my path. I just overjump everything. Super cool strategy there. Little cut here over the penalty sand, penalty grass, I mean. Jumping super far here and slowing down on purpose to not hit the rally car, I think. And then taking 4 different boosters here, I think. Yeah. Looks like it's the fastest. Laura is not too far away. It's just 15 seconds of a difference. Interesting. This is the last part of the map. Very safe driving here from Quinn. Nothing interesting going on. Honestly, the strategies that were found, super fun. Don't you think? This is just a cool map. It is so fun to drive. Look at everyone just go. It's so cool. I want to say thank you. Everybody that took time out of their day to create a single little part. It doesn't matter if it was good or bad. Everybody that took time out of their day to create a part for this map. Thank you so much. I think this map is special because it's a map that was made by so many people in one community. And we all drove it as part of that one community.
On May 20th, 2013, an EF5 tornado tore through Moore, Oklahoma. After that incident, though, the United States wouldn't see another EF5 tornado for another 12 years until June 20th, 2025 in Enderlin, North Dakota. In the time between the two, the US saw tornado after tornado after tornado after tornado after tornado after tornado come extremely close to the mythical EF5 rating, but come up just short. The topic of controversial tornadoes isn't limited to just these 12 years, but it certainly became more frequent during that time. So that got me thinking, what are some of the most controversial tornadoes in US history, which is exactly the topic that we're going to be covering in this video. To begin, I want to address the elephant in the room, which is that while most people will agree that all the tornadoes on this list are controversial to some extent, the order of the list is completely subjective. Also, it's literally impossible to cover all controversial tornadoes in one video, so this will likely just be the first one in the series. To begin, I want to remind everyone of the classifications of both the original Fujita scale and the enhanced Fujita scale, so you have something to reference when we talk about how these tornadoes were rated and why they are controversial. We are going to begin with our number 10 entry, which is the March 24, 2023 Rolling Fork, Mississippi tornado. This tornado touched down about 10 miles southwest of Rolling Fork at roughly 8 p.m. Central Daylight Time. The tornado quickly strengthened and moved directly towards town at speeds of up to 50 miles per hour, all while shrouded in complete darkness. The combination of darkness, a strengthening tornado, and the rapid forward speed put everyone in the path in significant danger, including storm chasers. As the tornado began to enter town, it took the form of a large wedge, causing catastrophic damage to the downtown corridor. Also, while passing through the town, a couple of storm chasers who lost situational awareness as to where the tornado was were eventually hit. Luckily though, both of these chasers survived, although their vehicles were severely damaged. After passing through Rolling Fork, the tornado continued on its northeast march as it remained on the ground for roughly another 50 miles before lifting. As daylight broke the next morning, cleanup efforts began, along with the damage assessment to try and assign the tornado a rating. Images from Rolling Fork quickly began spreading online, showing buildings leveled with only foundations remaining. Naturally, this sparked a premature uproar in the community that this could be the tornado that ends the EF5 drought. However, after completing their damage survey, the National Weather Service assigned the tornado a rating of a high-end EF4 with estimated wind speeds of 195 miles per hour, or 6 miles per hour short of EF5 status. The 195 mile per hour damage indicator was a flower shop, and the National Weather Service noted, quote, "The floral/gift shop was demolished with slab partially swept. Originally built in the 1950s as a house, Thus DI2/12 family residence was used. Now there's a few reasons why the survey team didn't give out the EF5 rating, but one of them had to do with the debris that was found at the scene. As you can see in the pictures, the building is completely leveled, but the debris hasn't been blown far away, and even the building next door sustained only EF3 damage. One of the things that the National Weather Service looks for when trying to determine if a tornado was an EF4 or EF5 is how far debris from a building gets blown downstream, and for this tornado they didn't feel like it was blown far enough away to warrant a higher rating. 1 year later, in March of 2024, Logan Poole, who is a meteorologist and damage surveyor with the National Weather Service in Jackson, Mississippi, gave an interview as to why the Rolling Fork tornado wasn't rated an EF5, and this is what he had to say. So, what gave it the 195 mark? And the best answer to that question is what didn't give it the 200 mark. The Green Apple Florist, essentially a single-family home that was modified to be a floral shop, and it was slabbed to the ground and swept clean. Why not an F5? Why not a EF5? And two things really stuck out to us from the consensus on why not a EF5. One was this building, even though it was extremely destroyed. I mean, on its own, taken out of context, I think most people would agree this would be representative of an EF5 tornado. The damage to that building, if there had even been two of these side by side that had suffered the same fate, then maybe we could have more confidence on that, but we didn't. But it was to that point that we were very close, and this is probably about as close as you'll get to that threshold without making it. A question we get a lot is like, how can you be so sure that it was 5 miles per hour from EF5 but not quite there? And the answer to that question is that we aren't. What the EF scale is a damage scale. Is it possible that it had winds that were stronger? Certainly. Moving up to the number 9 spot on the list, and we get to the Rochelle, Illinois tornado from April 9, 2015. This tornado touched down at 6:39 p.m. just to the northeast of Franklin Grove and moved northeast. The tornado rapidly strengthened into a beautiful but monstrous wedge as it approached the outskirts of Rochelle. By the time it reached the Cherry Hills subdivision, it was approaching peak intensity. It plowed through the subdivision, causing immense damage, and it continued marching northeast. After hitting Cherry Hills, it remained over mainly open fields until it reached the intersection of Highway 64 and Highway 251. Unfortunately, the handful of buildings at this intersection stood no chance against the tornadic winds and were flattened. A short time after passing through this location, the tornado, which had slightly weakened, passed directly through the heart of Fairdale before dissipating about 5 miles after town. Within 24 hours of the tornado, the National Weather Service was out and about to survey the damage, with the primary focus being on the Cherry Hills subdivision and the buildings at the intersection of Highway 64 and 251. In the Cherry Hills subdivision, surveyors found that several well-constructed homes had been completely swept away, leaving only bare foundations. The damage here was impressive, with debris also being blown hundreds of feet downstream, but the most interesting damage was at this home. Here, not only was the house slabbed, but the tornado actually displaced part of the concrete walkway, which is something that is rarely seen. The entire concrete foundation of this home was also damaged, which would inevitably spark more controversy. Further downstream, surveyors also came across a farm that took a direct hit and also exhibited extensive damage. At this location, a concrete silo was sheared entirely off of its base. Intense ground scouring with cycloidal markings also occurred here. Cycloidal markings are patterns made in the ground which are created by subvortices within a very strong tornado. Finally, surveyors concluded with the damage located at the intersection of Highway 64 and 251, which they agreed was at least of EF4 level. Just a few days after the tornado, the National Weather Service assigned an EF4 rating with estimated wind speeds of 200 miles per hour, which is just 1 mile per hour shy of EF5 status. This rating was obviously a major controversy, as it's literally impossible to tell the difference between 200 mile per hour damage and 201 mile per hour damage. Another area of controversy regarding this tornado was the speed at which the damage survey was completed. Typically with higher end tornadoes, it takes the National Weather Service at least a week or two to complete the damage survey, but with the Rochelle tornado it took just 4 days, which also included 2 days on the weekend. The combination of these two issues has undoubtedly made the Rochelle tornado one of the more controversial tornadoes in recent history. Moving up once again to number 8, and we're going to be talking about the May 12, 2004 Harper, Kansas F4 tornado. Out of all the tornadoes on this list, this one's likely the least talked about, and admittedly I had to educate myself about it as well. On the evening of May 12th, a cyclic supercell formed in southern Kansas and went on to produce at least 11 tornadoes. Most of these tornadoes were short-lived and weak, or avoided hitting structures entirely, but tornado number 9 would prove to be different. At approximately 8:30 p.m. local time, the cyclic supercell produced another tornado, which touched down just to the south of Harper. The twister initially meandered very slowly to the east-northeast over mainly open fields. That was until it began impacting a small farmhouse, which was literally the only building in its path. By this time, the tornado had grown into a large wedge and parked itself over the farm for at least a few minutes. Eventually, though, it continued moving off to the northwest, where it would dissipate shortly afterwards, and just before entering the town of Harper itself. When the sun rose the next morning, the extent of the damage on the farmhouse became clear. All traces of the house disappeared, leaving only the foundation and basement remaining. Trees and bushes around the plot of land had either been completely debarked or sanded down to their stumps. Intense ground scouring also occurred, and vehicles from the property were mangled beyond recognition, with various large pieces, including the engines, being completely ripped out. Amazingly, the occupants of the house were home at the time and survived with only minor injuries in the basement, even though it had been filled with copious amounts of debris, which included 2 debarked trees, an automobile engine, a refrigerator, and several other unidentifiable objects. To show just how severe the damage was, this is a picture of the farmhouse taken before the tornado. When the damage survey began, it was apparent that this was a very strong tornado and would more than likely come down to being rated either F4 or F5. Eventually though, the National Weather Service decided to rate the Harper tornado as a high-end F4. The main reasons for this rating was that firstly, the farmhouse could have been built better, but secondly, and more importantly, the tornado was moving extremely slowly. They believe that the extensive damage caused was more a result of this than the twister's actual strength. In the years since the event, the rating has been a subject of controversy, which would only be stoked even more when Chance Hayes, who worked for the National Weather Service in Wichita, Kansas, and was on the team that rated this tornado an F4, later came out and publicly expressed regret over not rating it higher. Moving to number 7 on the list, and we get to the New Wren, Mississippi tornado from April 27, 2011. As many people are aware, on April 27, 2011, a massive outbreak of tornadoes occurred in the Deep South, with upwards of 200 tornadoes being reported on that single day, and nearly 350 during the entire outbreak. A record number of violent tornadoes also occurred, with 11 EF4s and 4 EF5s. Our number 6 entry was not officially one of those though, even though it has since earned the nickname as the 5th EF5 of the super outbreak. This tornado was one of the first ones to occur on this date and is thought to have touched down near Slate Springs, Mississippi. It initially was very weak and caused only minor sporadic damage. As it approached the town of Anchor though, it intensified quickly and within just a mile it completely flattened a handful of mobile homes. It would continue intensifying as it moved northeastward at a blistering 60 miles per hour. At this point, the tornado was causing at least EF3 level damage and leaving a visible scar on the ground. The tornado then began to approach Highway 45 alternate, where several cars were unknowingly driving directly into its path. One of these motorists was Lynn Davis, who was traveling southbound and unfortunately didn't realize what he was driving into until it was too late. The tornado crossed over the highway and picked Lynn and his truck up off of the ground, and they both began orbiting around the tornado. It was also at this moment that the tornado began to impact the small community of Chapel Grove. It was here that the tornado inflicted incredible damage to several well-built brick homes, completely sweeping them off of their foundations and severely scouring the ground. Just after passing through the small community though, the tornado began to weaken. Lynn Davis and his truck had been suspended in the air all of this time, but as the tornado's winds weakened, gravity finally won out and they both began to fall back to the earth. Lynn and his truck came crashing back down in Chapel Grove, and unfortunately he did not survive the impact. Lynn and his truck were in the air for an astounding 1.7 miles before they both came crashing back down. This is the furthest known distance a tornado has ever carried a vehicle. The same tornado continued for approximately another 10 miles before finally dissipating just to the north of Amory, Mississippi. The storm would cycle almost immediately and produce an even stronger tornado, which would go on to be known as the Smithville EF5. In the days and weeks following the super outbreak, the National Weather Service gave the New Wren tornado the official rating of EF3 with estimated wind speeds of 150 miles per hour. However, back in the damage path of the tornado, several well-built homes were completely leveled, and the furthest known instance of a vehicle getting thrown by a tornado occurred. So why wasn't this rated higher, you ask? Well, it's actually not the typical reason you would expect with most controversial tornadoes. It's actually because the National Weather Service never surveyed this area of damage. Understandably, the National Weather Service had a monumental task with surveying after the super outbreak, as over 300 tornadoes occurred, but the official reasoning given was a lack of funding. Independent researchers would conduct their own surveys years later using photos and videos of the damage and would come to the conclusion that this tornado was almost certainly of EF5 strength. Next up is number 6, and we have the most recent tornado to be featured on this list, which is the Greenfield, Iowa tornado from May 21st, 2024. On May 21st, 2024, an outbreak of severe weather and tornadoes was expected across numerous different states, and as a result, the Storm Prediction Center issued a large moderate-risk area centered over Iowa. Supercells formed during the early afternoon across eastern Nebraska and southwestern Iowa and raced northeast at speeds up to 60 miles per hour. As the cluster of supercells marched across southwestern Iowa, they quickly became tornadic and began producing. The first tornado was brief near Red Oak, and a second formed just minutes later to the southeast near Nyman. This new tornado was much more significant and raced northeastwards over mainly open fields. As the tornado passed just north of Villisca, another new area of rotation was quietly and rapidly forming to its south. While the northern tornado was the primary focus at the moment, the new tornado touched down just southeast of Villisca. Initially, this new tornado, which actually formed as a landspout, was very weak, but that would soon change. As the new tornado approached the town of Corning, it crossed over Highway 148 where it was now inflicting EF2 level damage. It would also toss a motorist car from the highway, sadly killing the occupant. The two tornadoes were now tracking less than 7 miles apart, and while the southern tornado continued to strengthen, the northern one was nearing the end of its life. The northern tornado, which would later become known as the Carbon Tornado, ends up dissipating a few miles later and is eventually rated as an EF3. The southern tornado would continue on its northeast trajectory, remaining over mainly open fields for the time being. As it approached Orient, though, it had significantly strengthened and began to affect more structures, now producing low-end EF4 level damage. It was at this point, though, that the tornado's path became alarming, as it looked to be aiming for the town of Greenfield, Iowa. Initially, it looked like the tornado might skim the west side of town when something alarming began to happen. Normally when tornadoes begin to weaken, they turn to the north, but all tornadoes so far in the day had done something unusual towards the end of their lives, which is turn to the east, and this tornado was beginning to do the same thing. The problem was that this subtle turn of trajectory now placed downtown Greenfield directly in the path. As the tornado made its final approach to the town, two mobile radar trucks sat on opposite sides of it, measuring its wind speeds. At 3:35 p.m., the tornado enters the southwest corner of Greenfield and immediately begins causing catastrophic damage. At this point, the tornado was shrinking in size, which actually concentrated its power even more. The tornado was wiping house after house clean off of its foundation, and just a couple of minutes after entering town, it exited on the eastern side. It would continue its weakening trend and would dissipate about 3 miles after clearing town. Amazingly, the same storm almost immediately produced another tornado, which just barely missed Greenfield and one of the mobile radar trucks as well. The same storm system would go on to produce several more tornadoes over the span of the next few hours as it continued moving east. The next morning, the National Weather Service personnel arrived in Greenfield to begin the damage survey. After an extensive survey, the team gave the Greenfield tornado the formal rating of EF4 with estimated wind speeds of 185 miles per hour. This would immediately draw controversy as numerous well-built structures were completely leveled in town. The most interesting piece of evidence regarding damage, though, actually involved concrete parking stops. One particularly newly built parking lot in town exhibited severe damage, with several concrete parking stops failing in the same manner. My good friend Ethan Moriarty of June 1st, who is a mechanical engineer, ran the numbers in a video on what wind speeds would be needed to do this damage. He did two separate calculations to estimate wind speeds. The first calculation assumes that the concrete had no weak points and was not affected by other debris.
We plug all of that in, and that just leaves behind our V term. So we solve for V, and we get a final answer of 414 feet per second, or 283 miles per hour.
He then performed a second calculation, which assumes that the concrete was weaker or was impacted by debris.
We redo our equations again in the sum of forces in the x direction, as well as solving for V here, and we get 363 feet per second, or 247 miles per hour.
As a reminder, the threshold for an EF5 rating is winds in excess of 200 miles per hour, so both of these calculations would firmly place this damage in that category. Of course, there are still some unknowns here which could have further weakened the concrete, but either way the calculations are still a very compelling argument. On top of all of this, though, was the information that would eventually come from the mobile radar truck teams who were collecting data on the tornado. Just a day after the tornado, the Doppler on Wheels team published their initial findings, which recorded wind speeds of at least 250 miles per hour. 1 month later, though, the Doppler on Wheels team would continue to pile on when they announced that they had likely recorded an instantaneous wind gust of 318 miles per hour in the tornado. If true, this would have been one of the top 3 fastest ever verified wind speeds on Earth, and over 100 miles per hour higher than the threshold needed for an EF5 rating. Moving up one more spot to number 5, and we get to the infamous El Reno tornado from May 31st, 2013. Odds are if you clicked on this video, you know about this tornado and its lore and expected it to be on this list, but for those who don't, let me explain. On May 31st, 2013, a dangerous day of thunderstorms and tornadoes was expected in central Oklahoma, and by late afternoon, storms had violently erupted about 30 miles west of Oklahoma City near El Reno. At approximately 6 p.m., a tornado touched down just to the southwest of El Reno and moved slowly to the southeast. From the outset, the tornado was a multi-vortex, which is essentially a collection of mini-tornadoes orbiting around the base of the parent tornado. This began causing problems for chasers fairly early on, with many chasers becoming fixated on these smaller sub-vortexes and not realizing how close they were to the actual parent tornado. Luckily, up to this point, nobody had been impacted, though there were a few close calls, but that would soon change as the tornado began to shift its track. Up to this point, the tornado had been primarily moving east-southeast at the manageable speed of 20 miles per hour, but then something began to change. As the tornado approached Highway 81, it suddenly accelerated from 20 miles per hour to over 50, made a hard turn to the north-northeast, and began expanding rapidly, all at the same time. It was at this time that a storm chaser named Richard Henderson and the Twist-X crew, which consisted of Tim Samaras, Paul Samaras, and Carl Young, who were north of the tornado, were struck by the erratic twister and would sadly not survive. At the same time as the tornado was impacting the storm chasers, it reached its peak width of 2.6 miles wide, the widest tornado in recorded history. Also at this moment, a mobile radar truck, which had been recording data on the tornado during its life, recorded wind speeds of at least 313 miles per hour just above ground level. This is one of the highest wind speeds ever recorded on Earth. The tornado continued moving northwards and began to overtake Interstate 40. While over the highway, the tornado impacted several motorists and sadly would claim another 2 lives before weakening and dissipating shortly thereafter. The El Reno tornado would claim a total of 8 lives and is the first tornado on record to have killed storm chasers. In the days following the tornado, the National Weather Service began its damage survey to assign a rating. They found that for the most part, the tornado had remained over open fields and concluded that the highest damage it caused was of EF3 level, and it was primarily rated as such. It would remain at this rating until the wind speeds from the mobile radar truck became public, and the rating was then upgraded to EF5. The EF5 rating begins at 201 miles per hour, and the winds in the El Reno tornado were measured to be at least 313 miles per hour, placing it firmly above that threshold. The EF5 rating lasted approximately 3 months until August 30th, 2013, when it was revised once again. The tornado was downgraded back to its original EF3 rating, with officials stating, quote, "Despite the radar-measured wind speeds, the survey team did not find damage that would support a rating higher than EF3. While the wind measurements from the mobile radars are considered reliable, National Weather Service policy for determining EF ratings is based on surveys of ground damage." The publicly available wind speeds, combined with the fact that this is one of the rare tornadoes to have actually been rated EF5 before being downgraded, firmly places it as one of the most controversial tornadoes of all time. Inching up on the list now to the number 4 entry, and we get to the Valonia, Arkansas tornado from April 27, 2014. On April 27, 2014, an extremely volatile atmosphere developed over Arkansas, promoting the Storm Prediction Center to issue a rare high risk for thunderstorms and tornadoes. By late afternoon, thunderstorms were explosively developing, and at 7:06 p.m., a tornado touched down about 20 miles west of Little Rock. Normally, it takes tornadoes a little while to strengthen fully, but this one was different. Within just 30 seconds of touching down, the tornado had already expanded to over a half a mile wide and was producing severe damage. As the tornado passed over Canis Road, it swept away several houses and claimed its first 3 victims. After passing through this area, the tornado would continue to gradually strengthen, beginning to scour the ground and debark trees. The situation was growing even more dangerous for anyone in the path, as the tornado was now becoming heavily rain-wrapped, meaning that rain bands obscured it and made it nearly invisible at times. For an extended period of time, the tornado remained over mainly rural forests, but now had its sights set on the River Plantation subdivision, and it was here that the tornado would do something unbelievably horrifying. One of the families directly in the path of the oncoming tornado was the Greer family, so the couple went to shelter in their pre-installed above-ground storm cellar. When the tornado hit, it ripped the home from its foundation and lifted a chunk of debris, which then impacted the storm cellar. This debris impacted the shelter's door, causing it to cave in and fail. Both of the occupants were then pelted by debris, and sadly Helen Greer would not survive. Her husband did, but sustained major injuries. Next up in the path was the town of Mayflower, where the tornado would continue to produce severe damage and claim an additional life. After striking Mayflower, the tornado would continue racing northeastward at speeds of up to 50 miles per hour. After a brief weakening phase, the tornado rapidly re-intensified and now had its sights set on Valonia. By the time the twister began to enter town, it was producing its most severe damage yet. Home after home was being completely swept away, with the debris being finely granulated. Trees and bushes were debarked, and cars were also mangled beyond recognition. Amazingly though, despite the damage here, the tornado was actually still getting stronger and was now aiming for the Parkwood Meadows subdivision. Parkwood Meadows was a brand new subdivision of tightly built houses that unfortunately stood no chance when the tornado hit. Most of the homes were leveled entirely here, with additional fatalities occurring. After passing through here, the tornado would continue moving northeast and begin to weaken before it finally dissipated about 8 miles later. The twister had remained on the ground for approximately 1 hour and claimed a total of 16 lives. The National Weather Service had a lot to survey, as the tornado impacted 2 large towns and countless other rural homes along its 41-mile-long path. The main area of focus, though, was the Parkwood Meadows subdivision, where the worst damage occurred. The damage, at a glance, appeared to be a lock for an EF5 rating, but when surveyors took a closer look, they found some alarming details. They found that, while the homes were brand new, they were built with shortcuts that made them much more susceptible to tornadoes than usual. Instead of using proper anchors like bolts, the builders chose cut nails, which was a cheaper option. Cut nails essentially provide no resistance to extreme winds and fare much worse in strong tornadoes than anchor bolts. Despite the extreme damage, with this new information coming to light, the National Weather Service issued the final rating of EF4 for the Valonia tornado, with estimated wind speeds of 190 miles per hour. Moving up to number 3 on the list, and we're going to be discussing the Mayfield, Kentucky tornado, which occurred on December 10, 2021. On December 10, 2021, an outbreak of severe weather and tornadoes was expected across portions of the Midwest and southern U.S. In turn, the Storm Prediction Center issued a moderate risk in anticipation of the oncoming tornado outbreak. Several different storms would form in a handful of states during the late afternoon and early evening, but the main one of interest developed in northeastern Arkansas. This storm would produce 4 relatively brief and weak tornadoes before eventually producing its first monster. Just east of Jonesboro, the storm produced a large tornado that remained on the ground for 81 miles, claimed 9 lives, and was rated as an EF4. This EF4 lifted near Sandburg, Tennessee, and the storm would quickly produce another 3 brief and weak tornadoes as it regained its strength. The supercell quickly produced another large tornado near Woodland Mills, Tennessee, and this one would prove to be even stronger. It didn't take long for this tornado to become violent, as by the time it entered the town of Casey, Kentucky, it was already causing EF4 level damage and was sweeping many structures off of their foundations. After exiting Casey, the tornado would continue racing northeastwards, with the town of Mayfield now directly in the crosshairs. The twister entered the Mayfield city limits around 9:25 p.m., still at EF4 intensity, where it would obliterate several well-built structures and wipe the foundations clean of debris. After passing through Mayfield, the tornado would continue to impact smaller towns and neighborhoods, bouncing between EF3 and EF4 intensity. Further downstream, though, sat the town of Bremen, and the tornado was rapidly intensifying as it approached. One of the buildings in town that took a direct hit was a well-built house, which was completely destroyed and the foundation was swept clean. The severe scouring of the ground and debarking of trees also began as the tornado moved through Bremen. The twister would gradually weaken as it moved out of Bremen and continued moving northeastward. A combination of less favorable terrain and the parent storm's inflow being disrupted by other storms would cause the once powerful tornado to continue to weaken and finally dissipate near Hickory Corner. The tornado was on the ground for a whopping 165 miles, almost 3 hours, and claimed an additional 58 lives. The damage survey began the following day, and the National Weather Service faced a monumental task. Several areas along the path had suffered EF4 level damage, but the strongest case for EF5 level damage was the home in Bremen. After surveying the house in question, the National Weather Service agreed that it was indeed a well-built house with the slab swept clean, but there was a catch. Although the house in question was well built and anchored properly, and the slab was swept clean, the surveyors noted that some nearby trees were left relatively untouched. Although the house was very well built, the surveyors also stated that it could have been built a little bit better, which may have also warranted a higher rating. After the survey was completed, a formal rating of EF4 with estimated wind speeds of 190 miles per hour was given to the Mayfield tornado. Now there's a couple obvious points here that make this rating controversial. The first is that the survey team initially stated that the house was well built and anchored properly, but then came back and basically said that it still could have been built better. The second point concerns the trees which were located on the property. The survey team noted that many of the trees on the property did not sustain the level of damage that they felt would have warranted a higher rating. The first thing to mention here is that this tornado occurred in December, so none of the trees would have had leaves on them, which in turn would have made them more resistant to tornadic winds than normal. The other problem with the tree consensus is that, like the EF scale in general, it's incredibly subjective. Take for instance this piece of information which comes directly from the National Weather Service themselves. In this photo, which the National Weather Service labels as clear EF5 level damage, we can see a tree mere feet away from the destroyed house, which is still very much standing. This extreme subjectivity is not an isolated incident here. It has been and likely will continue to be an ongoing problem which will cause more controversy in future tornado ratings. Moving up to number 2 on the list, and we're going to be discussing the Chickasha, Oklahoma tornado, which occurred on May 24, 2011. The severe weather setup on May 24, 2011 was concerning to say the least, as forecasters anticipated a major tornado outbreak. In turn, the Storm Prediction Center issued an extremely rare high risk for thunderstorms and tornadoes centered over mainly Oklahoma. By mid-afternoon, an arc of supercells had developed in western Oklahoma and was marching east towards the Oklahoma City metro. One of these storms was moving over the city of Chickasha, where it would produce a tornado. The twister touched down on the southern side of the city and immediately began producing EF2 level damage as it raced northeast. By the time it had exited Chickasha, it had widened significantly and continued to strengthen rapidly. Upon reaching County Road 1350, the tornado was now debarking trees, scouring the ground, and completely leveling well-built houses. By the time the tornado had entered the northern portion of Blanchard, it was producing its worst damage. Severe ground scouring and tree debarking continued here, and now the tornado was throwing vehicles up to 600 yards away and ripping the asphalt off of the roads. The tornado, which had been much larger before entering Blanchard, had shrunken slightly, funneling its violent winds into an even narrower area. After exiting Blanchard, the tornado slowly began to weaken and would finally dissipate on the northern side of Newcastle after remaining on the ground for 32 miles. Following the tornado outbreak, the damage survey began with the focus on the worst damage, which occurred in Blanchard. The damage survey team initially noted a few buildings here as possible EF5 candidates, including a unique steel-reinforced concrete dome home that suffered major damage. The home was assaulted by flying debris, which severely damaged the exterior and even cracked part of the frame. Another home which suffered possible EF5 level damage was this one. Upon inspecting this home and all the others though, the survey team gave the final rating of EF4 with estimated wind speeds of 200 miles per hour, or 1 mile per hour short of EF5 for the Chickasha tornado. Despite the incredible damage that this tornado caused, the survey team couldn't justify an EF5 rating based on the damage they had found. The surveyors said of one home, for instance, quote, "Candidate for EF5, brick veneer well-built home. Some anchor bolts were missing nuts, and some sill plate attachments used cut nails. The remaining sill plates showed straight nail studs. Wind furrowing and nearby ground scouring, and some trees mown to stubs, and automobiles lofted 300 to 600 yards suggest this area was plausibly EF5, but the known DI couldn't fully support it." Moving up one last time to the top spot on the list, and it's actually a tornado from the same tornado outbreak. This one is the Goldsby, Oklahoma tornado, also from May 24, 2011. This tornado initially developed near Bradley, Oklahoma from a separate supercell just a few moments after the previously mentioned Chickasha tornado developed. Just like the other tornado, this one also rapidly intensified and within just a few miles of touching down was already producing at least EF3 level damage. Rapid intensification would continue, and just moments later the tornado began debarking trees and severely scouring the ground, all while now producing EF4 level damage. Homes in this area were leveled, and the debris was completely swept away. After passing through this area, it briefly weakened but would fully re-intensify as it entered the towns of Dibble and Washington. Once again, the tornado was causing severe damage in this area, completely leveling well-built houses and sweeping the debris from the foundations. After passing through Washington, the tornado would begin a weakening trend and would fully dissipate a few miles later on the west side of Goldsby after remaining on the ground for 23 miles. Damage surveyors would soon descend upon the damage path to inspect the homes that were completely swept off of their foundations. Compared to the Chickasha tornado, this tornado caused more instances of EF4 damage, which in turn obviously gave the surveyors more to do. While approximately 30 buildings suffered at least EF4 level damage, 2 in particular caught the surveyors' eyes. The first was a house that was located on Highway 76. According to the surveyors, this was a very well-built house that was completely leveled and the debris was swept away. The second instance was another house, which was also completely leveled slightly further downstream. This home was also reduced to a bare slab and had anchor bolts spaced every 2 feet, which is well above the standard anchoring required for an EF5 rating. However, after surveying these 2 homes and the others impacted by the tornado, the survey team once again issued the final rating of EF4, with estimated wind speeds of 200 miles per hour, or just 1 mile per hour short of the EF5 threshold. Just like with many other tornado ratings, this one came down to subjectivity and contextual discrepancies. The biggest contextual discrepancy regarding the Goldsby tornado, though, concerns the house that we just talked about. Initially, the damage at this house appeared to be clearly EF5 level, but when investigators looked more closely, they found that during the tornado, a large mobile home frame had smashed into the house, and a jacuzzi found in the rubble behind the house was still usable. This, along with minor contextual discrepancies in other houses, was the reason that the Goldsby tornado was not rated higher. We have undoubtedly seen many controversial tornadoes in recent years, and with the National Weather Service now revising and upgrading the Enderlin tornado to EF5, we have to wonder if this is the beginning of a change, and if they may start doing the same for other tornadoes in the past. Well, there you have it. That's my list. Let me know what you would have done differently, and if there's any other tornadoes.
It's a cloudy September night in 1998. An MD-11 is cruising quietly high above the Atlantic with its 3 engines leaving thin contrails behind it in the dark. Inside, the cabin lights are dim, dinner trays are being cleared away, and most of the passengers are settling in for a long overnight flight over to Europe. This is Swiss Air Flight 111 from New York to Geneva, a prestige route for a prestige airline, operated by an advanced long-haul airliner, the pride of the airline and the country that it represents. Up front in the cockpit, everything is about as normal as long-haul flying gets. The pilots are maintaining 33,000 feet, with the airplane steady on autopilot and with all of the systems showing normal values. The captain is in contact with air traffic control, stepping across sectors as they leave the busy New York area behind them and start heading out towards the open Atlantic Ocean. Off to their left, the quiet coastal fishing towns of Nova Scotia twinkle in the night as the people living in them go about their normal lives, and the pilots are enjoying the view of these last signs of civilization as they prepare for the vast darkness of the oceanic crossing. But above their heads, a single spark from an electric wire has just gone off, and it's about to set off a chain of events that no one on board could possibly imagine. For most of the 20th century, Swiss Air was one of the most admired airlines in the world. It didn't have the largest fleet or the widest network, but it had something even more special, an unshakable reputation. It was known for financial stability and premium service that continued to be consistent and impressive year after year. So for decades, Swiss Air was nicknamed the Flying Bank, and that was shorthand for an airline that always made conservative decisions and therefore always made money. But by the late 1980s and early 1990s, that reputation had slowly started to change. At that time, the airline was spending heavily on fleet renewals, buying new and expensive 3- and 4-engine jets, just as twin jets were becoming the more economical choice. And they were also playing a leading role in Europe's airline consolidation era at the time, and that meant pursuing costly partnerships, including an ultimately fruitless attempt to merge with KLM and SAS, right as deregulation was making that business proposition fall apart. The result of all of this was that when the recession hit in the early 1990s, fuel prices spiked and the premium market contracted, Switzerland's tightly run flag carrier began to bleed cash at an unprecedented rate. In fact, by the mid-90s, Swiss Air was in financial trouble, serious enough that pilots were reportedly issued with cash-filled lockboxes to pay fees at airports when traditional credit lines dried up. And for an airline once considered the picture of fiscal discipline, this was obviously a staggering reversal. So, faced with this new reality, Swiss Air started looking for new revenue wherever they could find it, and one way to do that was by innovating. So they decided to adopt one of the earliest fully interactive in-flight entertainment systems in some of their aircraft, coming in the form of an aftermarket installation that offered movies, basic video games, and critically, paid services, including gambling. This system was built by a Las Vegas company that promoted the idea that passengers would pay to play electronic casino games at 35,000 feet. So, if the system worked as intended, every passenger in business class would have a miniature computer beneath their seat, a swipe card reader, and access to pay-per-play digital content. Now, this was a forward-looking idea for the time, but it also came with a hidden cost, an enormous electrical demand. To make this system operate, each seat essentially needed to contain a full 90s PC running Microsoft Windows, each one of which was drawing much more power than the aircraft's designers had ever anticipated for non-essential cabin systems. And that's worth remembering. The aircraft in this story was one of those ones that were fitted with this system, and in the early evening of September the 2nd, 1998, Swiss Air Flight 111 pushed back from the gate at New York's JFK Airport a little after 8 o'clock in the evening local time. The late daylight of early September was then fading. The air was still humid from a line of thunderstorms that had rolled across the eastern coast earlier in the day, and the giant MD-11 was loaded heavy with fuel for the overnight flight over to Geneva. The aircraft that was operating on this evening had registration Hotel Bravo India Whiskey Foxtrot and had been delivered brand new to Swissair back in 1991. This meant that it was around 7 years old, and on the day of this flight it had no major technical defects logged on it. The pilots who had been scheduled to fly it were both very experienced and were also both veterans of the Swiss Air Force. The captain, who would be pilot monitoring, was a 49-year-old with 10,800 total hours, including 900 on the MD-11. He was also an instructor pilot who was widely respected inside of Swissair for a careful, almost meticulous approach to procedures. Colleagues described him as the sort of pilot who never cut corners and who insisted on thoroughly understanding his aircraft and the procedures that he would use. The first officer, who would operate as pilot flying this evening, was a 36-year-old with 4,800 hours of total time, of which 230 had been flown on this particular type. Like the captain, he was also a veteran of the Swiss Air Force, like I mentioned before, and he in fact still flew fighters as a reservist on his spare time. Before the flight, these two pilots had looked through the pre-flight paperwork carefully, confirming their route across the North Atlantic whilst reviewing the weather along the Canadian coast. Nothing had stood out to them. The skies would be clear at cruising altitude, and the weather in Switzerland didn't look like it would pose any problems around the time of their arrival either. Before they had left to walk out with the rest of the crew to the aircraft, they had also checked the planned passenger manifest, which showed that there would be a total of 215 passengers and 14 crew on board. A lot of people, but far from a full aircraft. As the aircraft was being prepared out on the apron, the passenger luggage was being loaded together with some more unusual cargo, like a painting by Picasso, a kilo of diamonds, 2 kilos of Swiss watches, 2.5 kilos of jewelry, and 50 kilos of currency bonds for a Swiss bank. But to the passengers who were taking their seats and settling in, nothing about the start of this flight felt unusual at all. The business travelers tucked their jackets into overhead bins, families adjusted reading lights and gathered their headphones, whilst the flight attendants quietly prepared the first meal service that would be served as soon as the aircraft was safely up at the cruise altitude. Once the boarding was complete and all preparations ready, the pilots asked for push and start, and a few minutes later, the massive MD-11 accelerated down runway 22 right and then gracefully lifted into the air. The pilots retracted the gear, engaged the autopilot, and then begun climbing towards the flight's initial cruise altitude. Now, apart from a small deviation around some lingering weather near the coastline, the climb out was completely uneventful, and the aircraft soon rejoined its assigned track out towards the dark North Atlantic. Inside the cockpit, the work continued as it always did, and as the flight crossed into Canadian airspace, the crew worked through the frequency changes that they were given by Boston Center. At one point, it seems like they might have switched on to the wrong frequency here, which meant that for 13 long minutes, the controllers couldn't get a hold of them. Eventually, though, the captain managed to establish contact with another Boston frequency that could give him the correct frequency again, and this was likely just a small human factors hiccup that happens sometimes. I have done it myself. And even though it's really annoying for everyone involved, no one thought any more about it at the time. And also, as far as anyone has ever been able to determine in the years that followed this flight, this loss of communication had nothing to do with what subsequently happened. Now, when we're on the subject of theories, over the past year or so, my team and I have seen a massive increase in things like AI-generated accident reports, falsified records, as well as phishing sites made to look exactly like official authority websites, making our research both harder and more risky. Europe with a rested crew and a well-served cabin. But without any warning, sound or indication, something subtle had now changed on board. A single spark above and behind the cockpit, maybe an electric arc from a cable in a cable bundle, had started getting into contact with the surrounding material. And given how this IFE system had been installed, that was not particularly surprising. You see, when the TSB started looking into the installation of the aftermarket in-flight entertainment system on Swissair's MD-11 fleet, they soon found that the wiring layout was basically different in every aircraft that they checked. The cable routings, restraints and spacing between the cables all varied from aircraft to aircraft, and that was because the installation had been rushed and poorly documented. This in turn meant that any number of things could have happened on board this aircraft. A wire could have been nicked during the installation, a clamp might have been over-tightened, two power cables could have been routed too closely together, or a damaged conductor might have rubbed up against a metal support bracket. All of those scenarios can produce the same result. Two conductors or a conductor and a grounded structure coming into contact just long enough to create a momentary arc. Now, what we do know for sure is that this system design left very little margin for error. This wiring ran near a flammable type of insulation which was widely used at the time, and I'll get back to that. But the circuit breakers on the MD-11 were also of an older type, known to be quite slow to trip, and the cables used were thinner than ideal for the amount of current available from the aircraft's main AC bus. I mentioned insulation there, so let me explain a bit more about that, because it's going to play a crucial role in this story. Throughout the fuselage of the MD-11, you'll find fiberglass batting wrapped in a shiny silver film called MPET. That's a form of the same mylar used in party balloons, by the way. This insulation is referred to as a thermal acoustic insulation, and it had passed all required fire tests when it was certified for use inside of transport aircraft, and was therefore considered safe. But the problem was that the tests themselves didn't really reflect the way that fires actually start inside of the hidden spaces on board airliners. No, these tests generally consisted of what's known as Bunsen burner tests, where the material was exposed to a flame at various angles for up to 60 seconds, followed by subsequent measurements of continued flame time, burning drips, extent of flame spread, etc. Generally, that burn rate had to be under 4 centimeters per minute, and there wasn't at the time any requirement for the material to be self-extinguishing. Now, the MPET insulation passed these tests because it took more than 60 seconds for a Bunsen burner to ignite it, but once it actually had ignited, it would then propagate the flames indefinitely. Another issue was that these tests didn't evaluate the effects of an electrical arc or a shower of hot particles, which was actually the most likely fire threat that the insulation would be subjected to behind, for example, an electrical panel. They also didn't evaluate how an MPET insulation fire would behave after it had already ignited, or how it would burn when there was airflow present, because ventilation ducts and pressure differentials in an aircraft could obviously create both a steady supply of oxygen and a draft path in exactly the compartments where wiring would be most concentrated. The result of these overlooked flaws was the use of a material that had been legally approved, but which also was vulnerable to the exact type of ignition sources most likely to occur in an electrical compartment of an aircraft. Ironically, the most likely reason for this oversight was that, at the time, the FAA flammability regulations were only really strict for materials that were used inside of the passenger cabin, as well as in certain designated fire zones like the engines, the auxiliary power unit, the wheel wells, and a couple of other places that routinely could get into contact with very hot items. Inside of the passenger cabin, the flammability requirements on all materials were super strict in order to slow the spread of a post-crash fire. And if a fire would ever erupt inside of the cabin in flight, it was expected that the flight attendants would easily be able to put it out using their onboard fire extinguishers. In the rest of the fire zones, there were systems that would immediately alert the pilots of the presence of a fire, as well as dedicated fire extinguishing systems. But materials in the hidden spaces of the airplane, which is where you typically find insulation, had lower flammability standards, since they weren't viewed as critical to protecting human life in a post-crash fire scenario. And of course, the ironic side effects of that was that flammability standards were therefore lower in areas of the airplane where firefighting by the cabin crew also wasn't possible. But by this time in the late 90s, MPET flaws were widely known. Regulators had already seen signs that the insulation used in many aircraft, including the type installed on the aircraft in this story, could sustain a fire. In fact, there had already been a handful of fires of MPET-covered insulation, including on 3 other MD-11s, but thankfully, in all of those cases, they had happened on the ground, and they had not led to any personal injuries. Tests and service reports over several years had also showed that newer materials resisted ignition far better. But rather than mandating an immediate fleet-wide replacement, the FAA and other regulators treated the change as an optional improvement, to be carried out during major maintenance if the airline chose to do so. So predictably, Swissair, along with almost every other airline, chose not to do that. Now that might sound crazy when I tell it like this, but you have to remember that changing the insulation in the whole aircraft would be very time-consuming and expensive. And the way that the airlines viewed it, MPET was still compliant, since it had passed the certification standards of the time, so the operators were allowed to continue flying with it as long as it remained in good physical condition and wasn't exposed to sparks. And that was an assumption that was now about to fail. As Flight 111 continued cruising northeastwards, one of the power conductors for its newly installed in-flight entertainment system now developed a short circuit. A short circuit is simply electricity taking a shortcut, jumping from a wire to something that it wasn't meant to touch. And when that happens, the energy has to go somewhere, which means it will often turn into heat. A lot of heat. Now, on a properly designed aircraft electricity circuit, a circuit breaker should feel the excess current flowing through it during a short circuit and therefore trip and cut power to the circuit long before any serious heat could build up. But circuit breakers have built-in time delays to keep them from tripping every time something big, like a motor or computer, draws a big rush of power at startup. And that timing is mapped on something called a time-current curve. The bigger the overload, the faster the circuit breaker will pop. But on board Swissair 111, this short circuit unfortunately now occurred in the one place where the protection scheme was the weakest. It drew enough current to overheat the wire and produce an electrical arc, but not in a way that exceeded the breaker's trip curve quickly enough to shut the circuit down. Now, we don't know whether that arc lasted for milliseconds or seconds, but either way, we do know that it generated enough heat to ignite the MPET insulation wrapped around the thermal blankets above it. And that was only possible because of how the IFE system had been wired. You see, Swissair's new entertainment system drew far too much power to be connected to the cabin buses. That's a part of the MD-11's electrical system that had been fitted with low-rated circuit breakers specifically to avoid fires. Now instead, the installers had moved the system onto main AC bus 2, and that was a bus designed to supply huge loads for things like the hydraulic pumps, for example. And in order to accommodate the growing demand of the IFE system, the contractors had also consolidated the power feed onto one single heavy cable with enormous current carrying capability. This in turn meant that if a short circuit happened, the available fault energy was far higher than what the original cabin bus would have allowed. So over on the main bus, even with 4 relatively small 15-amp circuit breakers protecting parts of the system, the upstream power source could now dump far more energy into a short circuit before anything tripped. So how had something like this been allowed to happen? Well, it turns out that the oversight for this IFE installation had been basically non-existent. The FAA had delegated approval to a company called Santa Barbara Aerospace, which in turn relied on incomplete and inconsistent paperwork from a web of subcontractors and vendors. Hollingstead, the company that had built the IFE system had also kept revising the wiring architecture without consistently notifying other parties. And then we had SR Technics, the maintenance arm of Swissair's parent company, which might have provided some of the labor for the actual work, but the TSB found no clear documentation proving who had understood what to actually do. And no one appears to have looked at the full design and asked the most basic engineering questions, or consulted the manufacturer, McDonnell Douglas. So in the end, no one had noticed that the final configuration created narrow gauge wires connected to a power source capable of delivering far more short-circuit energy than the wires or breakers were rated for. In other words, the normal layers of protection, like breaker ratings, wire separation, insulation hardness, bus segmentation and system isolation, had all been eroded one by one. And this together meant that the fire that had now started in a hidden space above and behind the cockpit of Flight 111 hadn't been caused by one single failure. Instead, it had started because a dozen small oversights had now lined up perfectly, with the last line of defense being a sheet of mylar that the certification tests had said wouldn't burn, but definitely did. At time 09:10 and 38 seconds, the first officer casually noted a strange smell in the cockpit. There was no visible smoke at that time, no alarms nor anything else that would suggest any urgency, but then, for just a second, a thin haze started drifting out from the air conditioning vents mounted on the aft cockpit bulkhead. And that single visual cue became the lens through which the pilots interpreted everything that followed. Now, the fire had actually begun in a very specific location. The forward overhead attic space directly above the cockpit door and just behind the overhead circuit breaker panels, where the added IFE wiring ran through mixed bundles of EFTE and Kapton insulated cables. When the MPET insulation blanket then ignited, the first smoke was drawn straight into the cockpit recirculation plenum, but not into the passenger cabin. And because of that, the first place that the smoke then reappeared was from the cockpit's aft air conditioning outlet. Now, for any trained aircrew, smoke from an air conditioning vent would strongly imply that the smoke was coming from an air conditioning system, not from anything electrical. So that first interpretation that they were dealing with air conditioning fumes was not a mistake per se. Now, given the symptoms that they saw, it was the most reasonable conclusion to make. But having said so, both pilots did take it very seriously. The captain soon left his chair to check the forward galley area, and a flight attendant was also called into the cockpit to confirm whether she had noticed anything unusual. She said that she hadn't noticed any smell or smoke in the cabin, so everything looked and felt really normal back there, but she did confirm that she could smell smoke in the cockpit. And that fact, that there was an odor in the cockpit but not in the cabin, confirmed the crew's initial assumptions. Everything seemed to point towards a relatively easy to isolate issue with the air conditioning system rather than something immediately catastrophic. On top of that, the smell soon faded away, only to return and then fade again, like it would for something very, very minor. Now, the reason for this, which the pilots obviously couldn't know about, was that as the fire had continued to move aft, it had soon burned through a cutout in the internal smoke barrier above the cockpit door area, and that allowed the smoke to flow away from the cockpit. So
It is the 1st of July 2005, and railway workers are surveying the site of a disaster. 2 tracks have been severely damaged, cutting off the railway line. The workers are standing on the Chiltern Main Line, a very important commuter route in and out of London. But the event here is not a train crash, instead it is of a tunnel collapse. But not how you might think. Today's story somehow involved a multi-million-pound project, all planned by one of the world's largest grocery retailers. Most of you here in the UK know the name, and many of you non-UK and Ireland watchers might know it as the origin of the infamous delicacy of the meal deal. So how did a supermarket cause a railway disaster? Well, watch the video to find out. Welcome to Plain Difficult, my name is John, and today we're looking at the Gerrards Cross tunnel collapse disaster. This video wouldn't have been possible if it wasn't for my YouTube, Patreon and Ko-fi members. If you want early access to the channel's videos, then you can from just £1 per month. As always, the links will be in the pinned comments below, along with this video's sources section. Gerrards Cross. So this is the town of Gerrards Cross. It is around here on my completely accurate map, and it is 19 miles or 31 kilometres north-west of central London, making it a rather popular commuter town. Officially, its history goes back to 1859, but it does really go back a lot further, but for today's video it's not very important. Instead, we're going to go to the early 20th century, 1906 to be precise, and the opening of the town's train station. It is a 2-platform, 2-track affair built in a deep cutting. This was dug for the line to reduce the extremity of the area's gradient to allow for more efficient running with steam-hauled trains. It's a common thing around London's railway lines, being buried in deep cuttings. Now, like all towns, retail space can be a bit of a hot commodity. This raises commercial rents and limits the number of options available for potential paying customers to spend their commuter pennies left over from their season tickets. One company wanted to open up a new store in the affluent town, but was struggling to find a suitable site, and this was retail giant Tesco. But what to do if you don't have any space to buy up for a shiny new store? How about make your own? And what to do if there's nowhere to build your own? Or how about make use of the space no one else is using? So Tesco's had its eyes in the early 90s on some prime potential real estate, right next to the busy commuter station between Marsham Lane and Packhorse Road. But there was a problem. This area was the cutting that the Chiltern Main Line ran along. But as luck would have it, building over the railway line had been floated before in the town's history. In the 1960s, a tower block had been suggested by the council. This would involve building an archway over the railway line and then backfill the void with earth. The plan didn't go ahead, but the idea was re-suggested by Railtrack in the 1990s. This time, instead of offices, maybe some retailer could take up the space, and Tesco was the one to sponsor the project. Initially, the planning permission for the project was refused by Gerrards Cross's council, but strangely, MP Johnny 2 Jags Prescott in 1998 overturned the council's decision on the basis of a recommendation from an independent planning inspector. The plan was given a thumbs up to Railtrack and to Tesco, much to the opposition to the locals. Regardless, a 324-metre long covered way was envisioned. A contract was given to Jackson Civil Engineering to design and build the project. It would turn out they were the cheapest bidder. The supermarket proper would be built by another company. Railtrack would go defunct during this period, with Network Rail taking over ownership of the line. Work proper started on the site in May 2003, with initial piling works beginning in June. Let's have a look at the design of the tunnel/covered way. So the tunnel was 324 metres long, or 1,062 feet. Archways were constructed via concrete half-arch panels that interlocked at the crown. Each of the 343 concrete sections measured 1.82 metres wide and weighed between 21.5 and 22 tonnes. Each arch would have 3 pins, one at the crown of the tunnel and one on each bottom of the arch, connecting them to the concrete piles. The archway they created was wide enough for up to 4 tracks. This was 20 metres wide, although only 2 would be initially installed, and would have a height big enough for any future overhead line equipment to be installed at 8.5 metres. But again, as installed in the early 2000s, the Chiltern Main Line was, and still actually is, unelectrified. Now, to create the land on which the Tesco's would be built, thousands of tons of backfill was required. Originally, the plan was to use Class 6N crushed limestone for the entirety of the backfill, but before construction, this was changed to have a majority of the backfill using less dense material called incinerator bottom ash aggregate. Why the change, you ask? Well, it was cheaper, and the change in the material should have resulted in recalculations of how the structure would react, but it didn't. Anyways, in July 2004, the arch installation began, with backfilling beginning in January 2005. Now, the backfilling operation was vital to the arch's overall structural stability, and was thus vital that the material was dumped evenly on both sides and over the crown of the arch, as to not overload any particular section. By June 2005, it was found that some of the arches were lower than designed, but no action was taken. Reportedly, it was 150mm lower before backfilling began, and up to 250mm lower after it had started. But surely that would not be a sign of any issues. The disaster. It is the evening of the 30th of June 2005, and workers for the new Gerrards Cross Tunnel are finishing up for the day. Nothing much of importance had occurred during the day's operations, apart from a team of workers needing to remove some of the backfill as part of a leak inspection. However, at around 4 PM, a lighting fault in the tunnel required all workers to leave working inside and continue with the backfilling works. This ran from 4:15 in the afternoon to 5:45 in the afternoon, when the site was shut down for the day. As such, there was no one in or around the tunnel, as the evening's commuter services thundered towards and away from London. At around 28 minutes past 7 in the evening, train 2 Whiskey 62 was getting ready to depart Denham Golf Club train station, heading towards Gerrards Cross for its 19:33 arrival time. The train is a free car service that had been worked from London Marylebone, with a destination of Stratford. The train, after departing, reached a speed of between 55 and 60 miles an hour. The train navigated a curve before the new tunnels. However, the driver saw something no one really wants to see, that is, of no clear exit of said tunnel. All they could see was a pile of dirt and debris. They immediately applied the emergency brakes, slowing the train down to stop well before the obstruction. At around the same time, an emergency stop broadcast was made by the signaller over the train's radio. This was due to a London-bound train at Gerrards Cross departing on a clear signal, stopping their train upon discovering that the tunnel was collapsed and making the emergency call. Both trains had only just narrowly avoided disaster, with the estimated time of tunnel collapse around 7:34 in the evening. Interestingly, the London-bound train was actually running a couple of minutes late, so if it was running on time, it might have been in the tunnel at the time of the collapse. Both trains would be worked back to Gerrards Cross and Denham Golf Club respectively, where their passengers would be detrained. It was estimated that there were roughly around 100 passengers on both trains combined. 100 lives only narrowly being saved. Around 30 metres or 35 yards of the tunnel had completely failed and collapsed, pushing hundreds of tons of broken concrete, backfilled stone and earth onto the live running line. The line would be shut down for well over 7 weeks, whilst it was cleared and recommissioned for use. Needless to say, this would cause a stupid amount of disruption for commuters over over the summer of 2005 were parts of
Alright, gang, we back at it like a crack addict, and even though I just recently covered this death battle between Cell versus Metal Sonic, I went back and watched it again and kind of realized something crazy. So we all remember at some point in the fight, Metal Sonic started absolutely stunting on Perfect Cell. That boy Metal was deep in his rage-baiting bag, everything from making his own Metal Juniors, hitting this man with a Team 4-star reference Key Koho, to even busting out his own Kamehameha wave. This nigga was channeling maximum levels of cockiness and ignorance, but why? And then it hit me. Y'all remember when he copied Cell's biodata? Not only did he copy Cell's own natural cockiness, but in turn also copied the Saiyan arrogance of both Goku and Vegeta, as well as Frieza's cockiness on top of that. Now take all of that and put it on top of Sonic's arrogance, bruh. My G, that is cockiness to the 5th power, all right? We're past that. This is an uncalculable amount of confidence, arrogance, maxed out stats. But anyway, y'all go read a book and wash your ass. Alright, gang, we back at it like a crack addict, and even though I just recently covered this death battle between Cell versus Metal Sonic, I went back and watched it again and kind of realized something crazy. So we all remember at some point in the fight, Metal Sonic started absolutely stunting on Perfect Cell. That boy Metal was deep in his rage-baiting bag, everything from making his own Metal Juniors, hitting this man with a Team 4-star reference.
Can you make a glider bomb? Can you make a glide bomb? Can you make a glide bomb? Still waiting for glide bomb. 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 Make a glide bomb. Can you do some glide bomb? Fine. I'll do it. I will make a glide bomb. I hope you're happy. Alright, that's right. Finally making the glide bomb. It took, I don't even know how many comments, but you know what, fine. I'll do it. And we'll try to make it interesting. So first up, I'm just going to try to build a very simple little glide bomb. Should be easy. Let's do this. Alright, I believe I have something. So we've just got a nice simple thing, a bunch of dynamite up in the front for when it explodes. Or I guess rather, what will cause it to explode. A little bit of tail pieces in the back, a little interesting upside down tail piece. I don't know, looks cool, like, I don't know. Big old wings right there. Some gyro stabilizers because I think I'm going to have the issue of this kind of dipping down or stalling out and stuff, depending on its speed. But this way it should stay fairly consistent. They're only on strength 1, so, you know, it should just be a little bit of help. But now, I need to throw together a plane real quick for this thing to drop off of. Alright, test flight number 1. Pretty good. It pitches up a little, but I mean, I can fix that. I probably just put some weight in the nose. Flies very nicely. It looks interesting. I think it's a fun little design. Gets the job done anyway. What we're really trying to test here. Let me level out here and drop the glide bomb in 3, 2, 1, go. Let me just top out. I think it's working. It's doing a little spiral down to the ground here. Maybe I should have just thrown a weak little gyro stabilizer. So you know what? Yeah, I'm gonna throw in another stabilizer to account for the roll of it. Okay, test flight number 2. Come on. Come on, there we go. Alright, let's test the glide bomb. 3, 2, 1, go. Nice and slow. It actually, okay, it seems to correct itself very slowly, which is kind of what I wanted. Hold on, I need to go to free cam to catch up with this thing. Okay, and unfreeze. Wow, look at that. That is, that's going very straight. And what happens when it hits the mountain? And I mean, there we go. Yeah, well, okay, that's it, video over. Thank you everybody for watching. Yeah, you totally thought it was over, didn't you? I'm sure you definitely didn't look at the the time left and figure out that we are not in fact done. Anyway, yeah, I'm going. How did that fall over?
I've talked ad nauseum at this stage about how much I love BlackRack's volumetric clouds mod, in combination with all the other visual mods we now have for Kerbal Space Program, but one of the issues that I have is that my missions often don't really showcase them for very long, because I just launch a rocket that takes mere seconds to leave the ground, punch through the clouds, and then just leaves all those gorgeous visuals behind. Which is a shame, because the clouds and the weather effects that this mod adds are so cool. Something that I really felt internally resonate when filming the next Kerbal video I'll be posting very soon, which is already available if you're a Patreon or YouTube channel member, by the way. Wink wink, check the links below and all that. In which I piloted a little space plane through a horrific thunderstorm, and, you know, it was awesome, and it made me want to do a video featuring a plane and, you know, fly through the clouds and atmosphere and all that good stuff. But also, like, this is Kerbal Space Program. You gotta go to space, right? So what's the compromise? Well, I decided to try a satellite launcher, which is something I've done before, but with a brand new caveat. It has to deliver payload to space without the use of any oxidizer, i.e. this is powered by jet engines only. Just good old liquid fuel and the air we breathe. Obviously, we can't place payload in a stable orbit without some rocket propellant, so the idea here is to fly the jet to space on a suborbital trajectory, then deploy the payload, which will then perform a circularization burn. We will then switch back to the jet before it re-enters the atmosphere and kind of despawns, and perform a controlled re-entry, and then return back to the Kerbal Space Center for the next flight. That's right, unlike a lot of my airplane-launched rockets, no quick saving and quick loading will be needed to demonstrate recovery of the aircraft and the spacecraft, which in real life would mean losing one or the other depending on the timeline. Now, if I'm going for a jet fuel only design, then why am I using the Rapier engines, which of course have both an air breathing and a closed cycle mode, instead of a pure air breathing jet engine like the Whiplash? After all, the Rapier engine in jet plane mode does seem inferior to the Whiplash. It's heavier, has poorer thrust at takeoff, and creates a lot more drag and isn't as efficient. However, it has some serious upsides, namely that after Mach 1 it produces a lot more thrust and can get you around 200 meters per second faster overall than the Whiplash can in air breathing mode, and considering we have to get ourselves on a space-bound trajectory within the first 20 to 25 kilometers of altitude, after which we'll run out of air to provide oxygen, we will need all of the speed and thrust that we can get. Which is why I fitted this thing with a whopping 8 Rapier engines, so we can get as fast as physically possible. But looking at the screen right now, it looks like we have now completed construction of the aircraft. I did make the last-minute addition of a 4-seat crew module behind the cockpit, just thinking from a business perspective, right? We could get a little bit more money for our space program by having 4 tourists on board this thing, like Virgin Galactic style, where they can say they were astronauts or something. Or if we're flying a scientific payload for NASA or someone, we can have some mission specialists or scientists and engineers in the crew module to help, well, I guess help with the mission, I suppose. As for the mission for the demonstrator flight, we're going straight for a crewed launch. This isn't the final iteration of the rocket. I didn't design this plane and then build it again and film it. I just sort of winged it and hoped it would work. So you're watching the first take of me building it here. So right now it's just the Mercury style cockpit with a small scientific payload, but I thought that would be kind of boring. Let's do like a miniature space station was my idea. So we've got a little 2-seat crew module there / stand-in for a laboratory. We then have most of the scientific equipment strapped to the booster, and I thought that'd be a pretty nifty payload to fly on our first flight. So to reiterate, the space station is going to perform the orbital circularization. The jet is just going to get us on a suborbital trajectory. And, you know, I was pretty happy with how the design ended up coming out. It looks a little bit goofy having all of those engines strapped to the back, but I think overall it looks pretty nice. I was quite happy with how it turned out. I really like the fact we've got that 4-seat crew module behind the cockpit as well. But as you can see, construction has pretty much wrapped up, so we can crossfade over to that beautiful shot of us getting ready on the runway. I mean, my goodness. To this day, I mean with the help of mods admittedly, but to this day, KSP it's still so good, isn't it? Especially compared to KSP2. Man, sometimes I want to just learn how to code so I can have a crack at making a better spiritual success of myself, and a great way to get started would be with boot.dev. It's an awesome for your first month or even your entire first year if you choose the annual plan. Okay, so here we are, ready to go. Those waterfall effects of the engines are really, really good. But yeah, we have quite high thrust. We're going to have no problems whatsoever taking off on the runway here. And we can retract our landing gear and then maintain somewhat level flight until we reach supersonic speeds to unlock the full thrust potential of those Rapier engines, which we are reaching very rapidly. So I'm going to go through my crew roster real quickly. We've got Valentina, me. We've got some tourists. We've got Barry, Sheila, Jeff, and Richard, and our 2 astronauts aboard the space station, Bill and Bob. And whilst I was doing that, we have now reached pretty high speeds. We've got a
As a kid, I always wanted to win an arcade's top prize, but I never had enough money or time. But now, I'm a big boy. Now I've got time and some money, thanks to Odoo. So me and the fellas are locking ourselves inside of this arcade until I win that prize. We could be here for days and spend more money than the prize is even worth, but I will sleep here. I will eat here. I will steal tickets from children if I have to. But first, we need to figure out what this arcade's top prize even is. All right, should we go in?
Yeah, I guess.
Yeah.
I'm so excited to play arcade games.
Okay, this is going to be my home for the next however long. We are inside now, so we cannot leave until we get that top prize.
Howdy, how's it going?
I met Sandra, who set us up with our cards. I am already spending a couple $100. Hopefully that number doesn't get too high. But before we try any of the games, I want to see that big prize.
It's right here on the bottom.
Oh, there it is.
PlayStation. Costs 250,000 tickets to get this PlayStation. Yeah, this could take a minute, so we better get started. The arcade is split into 8 sections, and we're not allowed to go into a new section until we've played every single game in this section. We're starting with section 1. This is where we are right now with the prize counter and a few machines. Let's begin. Section 1 has a lot. Claw machine, timing games, coin pushers.
No!
Trying to find that machine that's going to get us to 250,000 tickets the fastest. Maybe it's in this section. Maybe it's in another one. We're going to find it.
All right, section 1 complete. Any thoughts? Any notes? Any machines that you guys liked that gave a lot of points?
Oh my god. Forte? No. I got a Batman card. What? I don't know how to redeem it, but yeah, it's right there.
You just brought that. You didn't even get that from...
Dude, it's literally from the machine.
That's your Batman card.
No, it's not. I don't have Batman cards.
All right, let's go to section 2.
Please, I got
Section 2 unlocked. I'm genuinely curious how long we're going to have to be here, but we need to focus on finding the machine that we can grind all day to get to this 250,000 tickets. We tried air hockey, no tickets, but Dre beat Ethan. Shooter game 1, died fast, no tickets. Shooter game 2, died even faster, still no tickets. Ball roll, claw machine, guitar hero, Dance Dance Revolution.
Okay.
I don't think those are the actual steps.
What are you doing? Hey, no, that's not the right. You're on the wrong side. All right, this next game is one of the games I was obsessed with when I was a kid. This is one of the games that you can grind tickets on. It's this game right here.
Quick Draw. For this game, you try to catch balls, and if you catch all 50, you get a jackpot. I used to play this game all the time when I was a kid, and I have been hyping myself up in front of the boys, so hopefully I still got it and I impressed them.
40 balls. In 50s, how many? 708?
Oh, yo. That's like the most amount I think we've gotten.
No, I don't think you got that.
We got 30.
You got 30.
Yeah.
I got 708 tickets?
You didn't get 708 tickets.
No.
I had never played this game before.
Either way, this is solid jackpots. This is definitely going to be an option for the machine that we grind.
All right, after 2 sections, we have 2,162 points, which means we have 247,838 points left. That doesn't seem like it, but we've been here for about 2 hours. At this rate, we have 229 hours left until we get to PS5.
We gotta go faster. Section 3 unlocked. And now we know to look out for skill games with high jackpots, which Section 3 happens to be full of. If we can get good enough at these where we can get jackpots almost every time, we can get to 250,000 tickets in no time.
Oh my god, I'm terrible. Oh my god, I'm terrible. No, 97, my arms are so tired.
Okay, we actually cannot get a win. But Jack found a claw machine that gives tickets, and he got 100. No, we'll take that. That's not bad at all. We got one last machine in this section, so Drayton's gonna take a shot at it.
This used to be my favorite game at main event growing up. I never got to high score, but I got really close when I was about 12, so I would imagine I'm probably better than it.
Section 3 is done. Could any of these games be the game?
I mean, I got 100 tickets on the ticket crane.
And I got 97, which is the high score, by the way, on the basketball game right there, but it only gave me 40 tickets.
Also, what is this?
Glaze Clan?
So it's supposed to be like FaZe Clan?
No correlation at all whatsoever. I mean, it is an esports team that I made up.
Are you sponsored?
Yeah, 7-Up.
That's not even the logo.
Yeah, 7-Up sponsored us.
This is a gaming clan.
Hold on, are you the captain too?
Yeah, they named me captain. They call me Glaze Dre.
No.
Have you ever heard of Glaze Banks? Have you ever heard of Glaze Rug?
I think we're gonna move on to Section 4.
Have you ever heard of
Section 4 unlocked. It is now 2:30. I keep catching myself getting too into games that won't give points. We need to try them just in case and move on. Like Mario Kart here does not give any points, so we really don't need to try to do well or anything. But wait, hold on. Yeah, I just want that on the record. We played a mobile game, another mobile game, not getting much. A drop ball, drop block, drop claw, and not much.
Me and Glaze Rug got first place in Worlds in this game.
You're first in Worlds at Buzzy B?
Yeah, you would call it that, bro.
Most people don't know this about me, but skee balls are kind of my thing.
Oh, no. Ah.
Bro, I do not know if we're gonna get a jackpot on any of these machines if this is our luck. Ethan's been trying the big bass wheel, where the jackpot is 1,000 tickets, which I think that's the highest one we've seen so far. And
How is that not a win? How is that not a... Where are we looking at? Where's the perspective of it? No, don't go.
you're liking that one?
I mean, I'm getting like 150 almost every time.
Like, this might be one of the main ones that we do.
Oh, for sure.
After a bit, the guys started only focusing on these ticket claw machines, which is good because it might give out a lot of tickets, but it meant I was the only one trying the rest of the games in this section.
It's Darth Vader.
What? Darth Vader?
The guys have racked up a decent amount of the small ticket rolls, but they've been eyeing this 500 ticket roll for a while.
Come on. Come on. Come on, Papa. Come on. Come on, Papa. Let's go.
We've been here for 3 hours, 4 section complete. There's like a lot of good games here for tickets.
Yeah, you could say so.
Tough thing about this right now is we've only unlocked 4 sections of this arcade, and we're getting pretty hungry, but we haven't unlocked the cafeteria part. So the only way that we can eat right now is the candy machine. And potentially going up, I think let's go. I want to see if the ticket counter has any food that we can like buy there potentially with our tickets, even though we don't really have that many tickets to spare. If they have like just a little something, you know. I think we're gonna check our tickets and go up to the little ticket counter, see what we can buy. See if there's any little nummies. See if there's any little candy.
There's burger behind here. Is there a burger for 500 tickets? Burger behind skee ball machine.
Behind?
Oh, burger behind skee ball machine.
All right, here we go. Made our way to the ticket counter, and the guys checked theirs. Not too bad, not too bad. But I've been grinding arcades for a while. Mine's probably gonna be.
Oh, no.
You gotta pick it up, man.
It's pretty bad, actually.
You gotta pick it up.
I don't have much points, but I still want to see what snacks they have at the counter.
Ethan, they got burger.
How much is that, 50?
But do we want to
How many tickets you have?
Yeah, do we
How
want
many tickets you have right now?
like 900 tickets.
Yeah, exactly. So now.
But I want a burger.
Get more tickets, dude.
Yeah, he's right. Combined, we have 8,459 tickets, which is only 3% of the way to 250,000.
So close.
Nope, we are not close at all, but we got to keep moving. I do not want to be here for multiple days. Just imagine what that would be like. Living in an arcade for days, no shower, only arcade food. That would suck. I can't imagine. Section 5. These games are almost exclusively shooters, and it also has giant Pac-Man, but honestly, we're really hitting a wall at this point. We're still not moving fast enough, and we can't eat yet.
I'm so hungry, obviously. That's me throwing a fit.
Okay, actually, I'm so hungry right now, I need to get some candy. I'm going for this candy machine, see if I can get something. There's a Reese's right there, come on. Yep. Oh, thank God. Let's go. My snack helped a bit, but as I was munching, I noticed that Ethan was back in section 4.
Bro, are you back at the ticket ring?
Yeah, bro.
We're not in this section right now.
I don't care, bro. It's unlocked, isn't it?
It's online, yeah, it's true.
I mean, technically, it's not against the rules, but I really need them to help us wrap up this section so we can get some food.
Hey, Ethan, is that like a part of the section we're in?
It's unlocked, isn't it?
No.
All right, well, we wrapped up the games. Hopefully, Ethan doesn't do that anymore. Okay, section 5 done. Not a great round. I feel like there's like I don't think we got like any points. I don't think we're gonna go back to this section at all. But next section. Section 6 Unlocked. This section is retro games. Ethan started us off with the least retro one, Guitar Hero, but the rest of us started speeding through the rest of them because we really need some real food. We're getting much more efficient at trying every game, maybe because we're just hungry, but after a few minutes, we realized something.
Is Ethan playing Guitar Hero again? Yes. Bro, does he realize what we're trying to do? I'm about to have a talk with him.
Ethan is playing multiple rounds of Guitar Hero. I gotta confront him so that this team can be on the same page.
Can you like sit down right there for a second?
Why is this like a? Why are we sitting down like? I can see he's filming, right?
Yeah, we're making a video, and part of this video is trying all of these games. You played Guitar Hero one time.
Yeah.
And then.
I gotta confront him.